listening to Ponyville FM.
And now it's time for Liking These Beats. Hello and welcome to Liking These Beats. This is the show which brings you the latest and the greatest songs of the fandom. My name is Lycan and this is my co-host, Digit.
Hello everybody and welcome to the show. I'm Digit and as always we're coming to you live from Ponyville FM. You can chat with us in the Ponyville FM Discord and also in Ponytown at event.pony.town.
Speaking of Ponytown, we have hundreds of listeners on there, all jumping up and down to the music and listening to everything we say. So, hello Ponytown.
Yes, hello Ponytown, and if you're enjoying the locale you're currently dancing in, we'd like to say a very special thank you to the people who made the map this year. The map was made by Maple, Caddy the Art Cat, and Justin Hath.
Before we get to the Ponies at Dawn Limelight album release, we'd like to thank all the DJs that were playing before us, including Dauntless Dan, Thunderkick, AWOL, Delta Rise, Nicholas Dominique, and Thornair.
And we'd also like to say thank you to Bolt the Super Pony, who's DJing afterwards. But first, we have a special news announcement.
Yes, our friends over at Something Social are running a concert event from Friday the 23rd to Sunday the 25th of May. Many of the musicians featured on this album will be performing at the event, including Forever Free Brony, 12, Trey Huss, Dauntless Dan, and many more.
And also, some of the fandom's DJs are going to be performing as well, such as AWOL, Achieve Hunter, and Bolt.
Oh yeah, there's going to be some others as well. And so for the full lineup, go follow their Twitter at SomeSocialPT, and you can also find a link on there to their Discord as well.
But before we get straight into the album, we've got to hear something from our Lord and Saviour, Exploding Pony Toast.
Hey all, EPT here. I just wanted to take a moment before we start sharing the music to say thank you to everybody who has helped put together the album and the release party today. It never ceases to be an incredible honour to work with so many different people and have them dedicate themselves to our project. For this album, we really wanted to channel the various different aspects of the big city, and the artists have all done a great job of it, so I hope you'll enjoy the music they've put together. I'd like to thank Lycan, Digit, Ponyville FM, and Ponytown for hosting this event, as well as the DJs who have helped to make it an extra big party too. My fellow admins also deserve thanks for their hard work, which I always appreciate. Of course, the biggest thanks goes to you, the audience, for continuing to tune in and support fandom music for what is now well over a dozen years. Surely that's some kind of Academy record. Of course, please make sure to check out the album on BandCamp and streaming services if you like what you hear. Thanks again, and have fun with the release party.
Thank you for that lovely message, Exploding Pony Toast. Well, I think that's enough talking from us, so let's just get straight into the first song, and it is by Trey Husk and Spin Scissor, and it's called Pray for the Scene. So, here we go.
We all share the blame for this despair that we cultivate, and this zero-sum game that I will not capitulate, and I will not lie to you. I will not steal from you. I am no accuser, but instead I will love you with my whole heart, as I always have. Tomorrow, together, we can change.
You hand me the pieces of this broken home. It's so lonely at the top of the world. For Forgive all of the poisonous words I wrote to try and bring the pieces back into a whole. What was the catalyst for all of this? Why can't we see? Where is the vision we used to share? Just a tiny bit of honesty is all I need when lies and rumors seize the day. When the ground begins to quake and our hearts buckle from the way. Well, if I am being honest, I'm afraid of what it means. When we start to separate, I fail to find any solace. What do you say? Let's pray for the scene. Show that on your sleeve, or do you hide it underneath? Juggling all this commitment, does it help you to save faith? How much more can we bear? The road we're on leads nowhere. What if I'm not the chosen one? What if I'm just a prodigal son? Has the battle just begun? I'll remain here till it's won. Through the dark we stand up strong. The only ponies left at dawn. Say a prayer before I lay. Tomorrow things won't be this way. When the ground begins to quake and our hearts buckle from the way. Well, if I am being honest, I'm afraid of what it means. When we start to separate, I fail to find any solace. What do you say? Let's pray for the sea.
And that album opener was by Trey Husk and Spin Scissor, and it was called Pray for the Scene. They've got some really nice comments to say about the song and why they made it, but I'm going to pass it over to Digit to talk about the song's composition first.
Yeah, and I just want to start off by saying this is a great album opener. I love that it's sort of kind of melancholy at times, despite having that really big uplifting sound. There's this big juxtaposition between the more bittersweet lyrics at times and the very hopeful and huge melodic dubstep that we get throughout the track. And it's worth mentioning, especially in this track, that the vocal work here is really fantastic. And as always, if someone says Ponies at Dawn or the album title in their song, it's always fun.
Yeah, and the reason it is melancholic is because of what Pray for the Scene means. And this is what the producers had to say about it. This song is a commentary on the current state of the fandom, particularly the music scene. Our fandom is filled to the brim with an incredibly wide variety of people who are deeply and profoundly passionate about what they do. and it's an often painful reality to recognize that some bonds fostered through this passion, even ones we thought were unbreakable, were ultimately built on sinking sand, toppled by fast-paced conflict, misunderstandings, and fear. Whether it's the endless pursuit for the spotlight that blinds us all, or the longing to fit in that stitches our mouths shut, there is, and always will be, an imperfect hue to that gorgeous collage of vibrant colour that makes up our scene. So this song, for whatever it's worth, aims to shine a light in the fog and bring hope to those who need it most. And I think their purpose for making this song is absolutely beautiful. And that's a great way to sum up our fandom, and a great opener for this entire album as well.
Absolutely. But coming up, we've got Ice Angel and Prada's track, Station Rush.
And after that, we got Next Gen, Vinyl Roar, and Malachite with their song Hit Flow, and that's featuring Rhyme Flow and Mike the Microphone.
Dear passengers, the train named Ponies at Dawn will be arriving shortly at the Survivor station. Please make sure not to leave any belongings behind and stand behind the yellow safety line. We kindly ask you to allow passengers to disembark before boarding. Thank you for your cooperation.
Welcome to Limelight. We're getting hot.
Dear passengers, we regret to inform that the train departure has to be delayed due to other trains crossing over the station. We apologize for any inconvenience and appreciate your understanding.
Hurry up, it's about to leave.
Dear passengers, shortly we will arrive at the Limelight train station. Before you disembark, please check your belongings and make sure not to leave them behind. Thank you for using our services, and see you on the next trip.
Hey guys, Next Gen here from the hit album Ponies at Dawn Survivors. You guys liked The Wanderer so much, we decided to make The Wanderer 2.
Yeah, nah.
Oh, no?
Nah.
That's not what we're doing.
We're gonna make making a beat with Malachi or some his name is. I can't remember really.
okay.
We're gonna make him some lasers, crazy lasers. and make him
Go and put me in the limelight. Jet black hair with the yellow bright highlights. That's next gen, caught up in your eyesight. Big city living, cameras flicking while they shine white. Poke the man and you might catch your mod chop. Poof to the chest, knock the thigh high socks off. Flex sentiment, a tie-dye crop top. And I keep it blunt like a battle rifle hot swap. Watch what you're saying when you making accusations. The only thing that you got on me is my greatness. Hate to burst your bubble, everybody thinks you're crazy. Next gen hit the speakers, make the homies go ape shit. Not one to play with, fire get charged. Girlies in the front like, oh my god. I'm with the hottie plus another at the bar. And you know I speak easy and you know I go hard. There they go right out the window. Gotta get money, we got to get dough. Clean up nice, the rap is spit dope. Don't you know we got the hit flow. Neo lean like playing the limbo. Drop it down for me, I need you to get low. Legendary rappers, you know we've been so. My flow is about to drop though. Listen, let me hydrate, salty like a nitrate. Take you on a permanent trip, let's migrate. Rhyme flow monopolist, ain't nobody stopping us. Underground spitting is the only way you're topping us. I'm elusive and unruly at my best, but I'm usually effusive when I'm truly feeling blessed. And right now I'm feeling this, cause I'm really feeling us. Raise the ceiling with your wrist, cause this is the hit buzz. Don't believe me, you don't have to. I got poetry up in my veins like a microphone tattoo. Let me pass through, spitting verses are past you. Ask me if I miss it, I'll admit it, yes, that's true. Bump your heads like my bars low. And when you smile, I can feel you gas me up like a car show. I start slow, but you know I get the gold. Let me cook if you want the hit flow. Yo, there they go right out the window. Gotta get money, we got to get dough. Clean up nice, the rap you said dope. Don't you know we got the hit flow. Neo lean like playing the limbo. Drop it down for me, I need you to get low. Legendary rappers, you know we've been so. Mic up left, take out the hit flow.
I heard bark, someone must have blew the whistle. Bunchy happy much, we're in the game like it's a fit all. The only drip you got is running down your leg like Pitto. You the flavor of the season, but you tasting like the gristle. Time for me to kick off. Sorry if my presence got you feeling kinda pissed off. Gone for 7 years, I ain't worried about no missed opportunities. I'm building communities and beating dead horses while speaking in my own eulogy. Like, hey now, say now, I thought they died. Give up, lay down, drop and retired. No, my presence is so erectile that when I stand up, they come for miles. All you lame phantom coasters are weak, soaking up drip, cause you'll never be a part of the drink. I'm straight liquidity with flows that take you right to the brink, leaving you washed till you stop and think, who is that?
There they go right out the window. Gotta get money, we got to get dough. Clean up nice, the rap you said dope. Don't you know we got the hit flow. Neo lean like playing the limbo. Drop it down for me, I need you to get low. Legendary rappers, you know we've been so. Final drop bar, he got the hit flow.
At song number 2, that was Ice Angel and Prada with their track Station Rush. And I love that little cute opener with the fake train station alerts. That was great.
Yeah, and I especially like that the drop afterwards is so tight. There's like this intermittent, almost like GBA, like Game Boy Advance sound design between the heavier sounding color bass and dubstep sound design. We get glimpses of it at times. I really love the breakdown, especially that huge, deep, gritty Reese adds a lot of oomph to the kind of like darker section of the track. And then we get that like crazy speed house second drop to just tie a perfect little bow in this otherwise amazing track.
Yeah, it's really picked up the mood from that slightly more melancholic first song to just bring that happiness back and bring you to those hard-hitting beats. And then after that was Next Gen, Vinyl Roar, and Malachite with their song Hit Flow, featuring Rhyme Flow and Mike the Microphone. And this hip-hop song just went absolutely nuts.
Yeah, this is a stacked track. Fun production. There's a huge focus on kind of cementing a really tight and interesting vibe instrumentally before we even dive into that first hook. It's also, and you know, might just be like the younger fandom Digit talking in me, but it's crazy to see Mike the Mic on a track. And he's absolutely killing it here. Next Gen and Rhyme Flow also give a perfect sound for the whole track. It's fun to hear the different kind of like flows and vocal stylings of each artist during their different sections in the song, and the hook is immediately super catchy.
Yeah, I don't think rap songs get enough coverage in this fandom, and to have this at number 3 at the top of the list is just absolutely fantastic, and I'm so glad to see it. And coming up, we have Forever Free Brony and Lunajax with their song Mare.
And following them up at track number 5 is Silvery Sky with their song Night City Spell featuring Moon Jelly.
You're prepared. Believe it or not, you're in love with the mayor. Now some might think it's kinda strange, but it's impossible to explain. 'Cause that pretty little thing got you spinning silly, and you'll never be the same. M.A.I.E. That's your man. She's got your full attention and no pony compares. If the name on your lips puts you up in the air, just in case you weren't aware, that's how you know she's your man. Oh, that's how you know she's your man. Seems a fairy tale, but you can't pretend. You wanna have this horse is more than a friend. Some might think it's kinda cruel, but this man's got you playing the fool. Yeah, that pretty little thing got you spinning silly, got you breaking all the rules. M.A.I.E. That's your man. She's got your full attention and no pony compares. If the name on your lips puts you up in the air, well, just in case you weren't aware, that's how you know she's your man. M.A.I.E. That spells mare. Put your hooves up in the air. M.A.I.E. That spells mare. Make some noise for your favorite mare. M.A.I.E. That spells mare. Put your hooves up in the air. M.A.I.E. That spells mare. Make some noise for your favorite mare. M.A.I.E. That's your man. She's got your full attention and no pony compares. If the name on your lips puts you up in the air, well, just in case you weren't aware, that's how you know she's your M.A.I.E. That's your man. She's got your full attention and no pony compares. If the name on your lips puts you up in the air, well, just in case you weren't aware, that's how you know she's your
At song number 4, we had Forever Free Brony and Lunajax with their song Mare. And these two are just a match made in heaven. They're both amazing guitarists, and Forever Free Brony's vocals are just legendary.
Yeah, this is truly like a super fun track. I love how catchy and energetic it feels at times. We get it right from the get-go. We go straight into like Hook City. The main guitar lick especially really reminds me a lot of like Disney Channel original shows, like the openings for them and stuff like that. And the vocals here are super amazing, like you said. The song itself has amazing songwriting and composition. It's always punchy, it's always fun, and we still get moments of kind of quieter, more interesting sections. I love the anthem-y bit right before the second chorus. It's super, super fun.
But Digit, guitar solo! Woo! Yeah, they go great. And then after that was Silvery Sky and Night City Spell, featuring Moon Jelly. And this one was just a really cool, almost orchestral type song.
Yeah, it's super cute. I love the vocals here. They're immediately so sweet and earnest. The tone that they give off is just like, it really sells this track's like identity right from the start. The big piano alongside those kind of larger drums in the chorus give it a very like big feeling to the song, despite the fact that we're not really pushing a lot of sound through. There's a lot of emphasis in comparison thanks to that, compared to things like the quieter bridge and verses, which have that, again, very sweet tone.
Oh yes, the pacing in it is just gorgeous because there are moments where it hits you in your face and then just leaves it for that piano to just come through and provide that peaceful sounds. But coming up next, we have Griefer Pig with their track Across the Daisy Field.
And hot on Griefer Pig's trail, Champany and Raxa Sound have their track Ness.
With you, wildflowers in your view. Starts anew through fields I never knew. Take a breath, let the time rewind. Leave all distance behind. Stories unfold. Where to go? Where to start?
That song by Grieferpig called Across the Daisy Field is actually inspired from the scene in the G5 movie where Sonny and Izzy went on their journey to the Zephyr Heights, mainly about leaving hometown, exploring in a world of unknown, while staying true to oneself. And I think that is really, really cool and very inspiring as well.
Yeah, you can really feel that in like the intentional choices behind the sound design and stuff like that. Grieferpig killed it with this track. It reminds me a lot of the kind of like stylings from Porter Robinson's Nurture album, and it seems like that was very intentional. They've listed this track as Botanica/Rocktronic, and you can really kind of feel it. I love the use of like eclectic and beautiful sound design in this. We get a lot of one-off, like very beautiful moments where things shift in and out of the sounds. And I love the contrast between the very like quiet, introspective moments in the first half and then that huge, hopeful second half with the massive saw stacks and huge saw basses.
Yeah, it's just such an inspirational song and uplifting. You can't help but smile as you're listening to it. And then after that was Champany and Araxa Sound's song Ness. And this song transmits the story of two characters looking for the mythical Ness. So, you know, the Loch Ness Monster.
Good old Nessie.
Yeah. And I just love the way that it sounds, and it's just very exploratory as well.
Yeah, it definitely builds a super, like, intricate kind of, like, soundscape. The resampled vocals in the intro and main verse add a lot to, like, this feeling of, you know, exploration, like you said. The sound design in the drop is a nice mix of heavier, like, color bass design and softer, more introspective, atmospheric design, which I think gives a lot more to the kind of emotional side of this track. There's a section right after the first drop that I find gives us quite a nice chunk of breathing room after that extremely intense color-based first drop.
Yeah, it's definitely got some really nice pacing in there. And coming up, we have Cosmic Fox and their song Neon Beach. And after that is Scron, Upland 9, and S-Dream Explorer S's track Direction.
It's your boy,
Coming to you with a collab with Upland and Soul Strings, who funnily enough has not actually listened to this yet. So stick around and I hope you enjoy Direction View. Nope. Enjoy Direction on Ponies at Dawn Limelight. I'm so sorry, Red Spark and Nikki.
Cosmic Fox's track Neon Beach is just so bouncy and just so fun to listen to.
Yeah, I think what we're really thinking of here is like the super like tight staccato synth design adds a lot to the energy that you get throughout it. It really feels like the rhythm is built more than just on top of those like punchy drums. Not to say that this track isn't full of punchiness. I love that the defined rhythm that we get comes from like syncopation between every different element rather than just massive kick drums. It's super dancey and really uplifting as well. The small vocal chops that get layered almost like synth runs throughout the track add just so much listenability to this song.
Oh, absolutely. You can't help but dance in your seat when you're listening to this one. And then after that was Screw-On, Upland 9 and S-Dream Explorers S song Direction. And this just complements so well with the previous song because, again, It's just got that lovely, lovely sound and beautiful, just gorgeous sound design.
All of these artists have been consistently contributing such like consistent quality stuff every time they make a song, and I love that Scron is still pushing this color-based sound. It really adds a lot of like emotional sound design that the genre intensifies. I feel like it's super uplifting to be given such a big release after that first drop. Like we get all this building up into it, and then we get this huge color-based drop, and the vocals here really amazing.
Yeah, and the artist would like you to know that it's a Vapor Trail and Sky Stinger song because, well, they're underrated, according to the artists, of course. Anyway, moving on. And coming up at song number 10, we have a remix of TCB's track Friends Can Change the World. And the remix is done by 12, Ever, Silvery Sky, Griefer Pig, Dauntless Dan, Aventrix, and Quoog. Whew, that's one hell of a collab for a remix.
And following up, we've got Colat, Next Gen, and Kanto Acrylic's track, Girl in the Desert.
the steps that got me here. Alone for miles, but surrounded by my fears. And I'm afraid that I will never feel the rain. Feel the rain.
Wake up in a cold sweat and moonlight. Take a deep breath, crack a window for a cool vibe. Ice to my head, try and understand my mind's eye. Wind chill, bring me back to earth and set my mood right. Imagery stuck in my brain through stasis. Gym of a woman dancing on the oasis. Try and operate up on a real name basis. Beauty is a wave flooding like a cascade. It's crazy, damn, what you do to me. I wanna talk about you and me. I wanna talk about what we could be. How about I pick you up this evening? Cause girl, we, you, me. Girl in the desert, you're the girl of my dreams. And I think about you night and day. So why are you so far away?
I've lost track of all the steps that brought me here. Alone for miles, but surrounded by my fears. And I'm afraid that I will never feel the rain. Feel the rain.
And I dream of you, but do you dream about me? On rainbows and clouds so profound, do you doubt me? How's that sounding? Is that appealing? Know about you, what you like and how you're feeling. Soul seeps out like a geode turned to amethyst. Beautiful, gorgeous, purple and you're passionate. Got a sense of style, I enjoy that you're a fashionista. You're the kind of person I wanna be dancing with. Skin smooth as aquamarine. I like when we play games and then we talk in between. Yeah, girl in the desert, you're the girl of my dreams. And I'd really like to meet you cause I think we're meant to be. You got eyes like emerald, eyes like jade. Hair flows like a glint of topaz in the shade. You're a ruby in the rough, and I'm sifting the spade. Cause I'm desperately attempting to hear and find out your name. Girl, we, you, me. Heat's getting to me and I think I can't see. I think about you day and night. Like the sun, girl, you shine so bright.
I lost track of all the steps that got me here. Alone for miles, but surrounded by my fears. And I'm afraid that I will never feel the rain. Feel the rain.
If you are just tuning in, you are listening to Like and D's Beats as we bring you the Ponies at Dawn Limelight album premiere. And we are at song number 10 with a giant remix collaboration between 12 Ever, Silvery Sky, Griefer Pig, Dauntless Dan, Aventrix, and Quoog. And they remixed TCB's song Friends Can Change the World, which came out 5 years ago. And boy, does this remix change up the sound from its original.
Yeah, like we were talking about right before we had our beautiful musical break we all just listened to, this is another track that really brings out the emotions through the use of super intense sound design characterized against the almost ethereal atmospheric design of the intro and verse. The remixes here really show their talent for sound design, because there's like a gritty yet somehow emotive bass in the main drop that just completely nails the vibe. And the second drop gives us a huge payoff for the massive amount of emotional upheaval the song is aiming for, with those huge soars, just absolutely soaring highs. It was fantastic.
Yeah, and they've definitely transformed the original song. They've morphed it and added stuff and taken stuff away and just completely changed it up from its original. And I really like what they've done to it. Fantastic job, all of them. And then after that was Colette, Next Gen, and Canto Acrylic's track, Girl in the Desert. And this is just, a beautiful song to listen to. And yeah, you just can't get enough of it.
Yeah, this is one of those songs that I've already heard quite a few times during its writing, so it has an already kind of like maintained place in my heart. I love Callout's use of verb control here. We get a super tight sounding instrumental that still feels completely full with those atmospheric pulls it gives at time. The vocal talent here is amazing as well. Next Gen giving us a super reserved sound with a more emotional and careful approach to his tone. And I think it pairs really well with Kanto's fantastic vocal performance. Raw, emotional, and genuine.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier that rap songs just don't get enough coverage in this fandom, and just how beautiful this song is why it needs some more. So, fantastic vocal work and great composition as well. Coming up, we have a trio of songs, starting with Nit and their song Childhood.
Followed up by Darkspin Shaw's track, Extra Fire.
And then Red Spark and their song City Lights, and that's featuring Michael Pitcher.
Soundwaves.
Thanks for listening.
The voice of a lost soul. This year has been rather complicated, so I tried to make something a bit different to distract myself. It is a song made for a certain pony artist, and several references to them are present within the lyrics, so if you know them, you will probably recognize them right away. Either way, I do not think I am feeling like joining the stage today, but maybe I might be among you. Who knows? Nonetheless, I hope that you enjoyed it as much as I enjoyed doing it. Oh, and happy Mother's Day, by the way.
show you her sweet baking. Bring mama the eggs and sugar. Let's add some extra thickness. Just adding the milk will give an extra flavor. Let's turn up the heat together. Let's add some extra fire. We're making a mess together, together. Put some whirly beads just like a necklace and shape. Glaze it, fill it up until it's bills and drapes. Wanna feast the cake and bury all of your face. Very well, Miss Meat, then go again. Bring mama the eggs and sugar. Let's add some extra thickness. Just adding the milk will give an extra flavor. Let's turn up the heat together. Let's add some extra fire. We're making a mess together, together.
The first of the trio songs was by Nit, and the song was called Childhood. And that was just a really relaxing, lo-fi, just chill track. And it was gorgeous. I loved it.
Yeah, it's one of those tracks that kind of personifies its name. There's so much, that really screams childhood about this track. From the use of distant atmosphere of children playing, the sweet and comfy piano melody, and delayed plucked guitars, they all pair really well to bring out that reminiscent feeling. And I really, really love the sections where we kind of drop down a bit and we listen to just like a jazzy Rhodes and piano duet as they go back and forth.
And then after that, we had Darkspeen Shores with their track Extra Fire. And this was just a really super fun, jazzy track. And the vocals were provided by Solaria. Piano and bass were done by Darkspeen Shore. Guitars by Ali Zackstorm. And the alto sax, which was absolutely awesome to listen to throughout, was done by Ariel Rudia.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those just absolutely intense kind of loves that I had when I was first listening through to the album. The bossa nova groove we get here right from the get-go is just fantastic. And as you said, Solaria stuns me every single time I hear it. The horns and the whole big band sound we get really helps set the stage for the tone of this track. A dark, smoke-filled jazz club, a band playing to a crowd of the nightlife who have found their way in here from all over the city. Just really emotive, really expressive song.
And then we had Red Spark with their track City Lights, and that was featuring Michael Pitcher, who was the one providing the trumpets, and Red Spark was the pianist in this one. And those two just make such gorgeous music. What an amazing song it was.
Yeah, truly a treat to listen to. I love how much of this track feels like it's kind of relishing in excess a little bit. So much time and effort is put into crafting a truly immaculate vibe. Phenomenal performances and arrangement by everyone involved, especially the sax. It really helps sell the tone of almost hopefulness that this song permeates.
Yeah, Red Spark even said that the melody lines were improvised so that they could fit in with the theme. And it's kind of that sporadic nature as well as the perfectly aligned sax and piano that make this such a gorgeous song. And at song 15, we have a remix of Sound Bandit and Algo Atoll's song, All That Matters, and the remix is done by Coco Tundra.
Yes, and that's followed up by John Kenza, Trehusk and Koa's track, Bright Dawn.
I don't believe it, got it! Good luck! What's new by you? I don't, you got it! Of course, I don't believe it, got it! Oh, yes, I don't, you got it! Supreme, which rhymes with green. I don't believe it, got it! Good luck! What's new by you? I don't, you got it! Don't be late! I don't believe it, got it! Oh, that's fine! I don't, you got it! Wow, and she'll make rainbow berry shakes and cakes and pies and muffins and cookies and juice. Oh, it's all so delicious. It'll taste like fraud. The happiest face is the warmest embrace. It's the feeling of joy and life. Friends we met. Oh, and taste like fraud. The happiest face is the warmest embrace. It's the feeling of joy and life. Now the sweet the taste like fraud. The happiest face, the warmest embrace, the feeling of joy and life. Come bite, bite.
That was a song by Sound Bandit and Algo et al., and it was called All That Matters, but that was the Coco Tundra remix, and that remix was actually inspired by MLP G3, and most of the vocal chops were taken from the movie A Very Minty Christmas, so it's definitely a throwback to the 80s, and also a throwback to very early fandom when vocal chops were very prominent in some of the early songs back in the early 2010s. So this was almost a nostalgia trip for me.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like you said, that resampling and vocal chopping forming into that smooth melody line really adds a lot to this track. It really does feel like I'm thrown back into 2011 when I was first listening to Pony music and just getting really, really into it. Super fun remix, super tight drop sound design as well. I'm always a fan of using those tight, big saw stacks with verb that gets cut really, really quickly and then super punchy staccato drums to form that really tight groove.
Yeah, there's a lot of rhythmic play and instrumental variation in here, and it just goes to add to all the fun and all the greatness that is that vocal chopped song. And then we had John Kenza, Trey Huskin's Koa's song Bright Dawn, and you may have heard that one before because it was a pre-release, and you can absolutely tell why with just how fantastic it was.
Yes, this is one of those tracks that feels like it has catchy hook after catchy hook after catchy hook, both within the vocals themselves, provided by the lovely Koa as always, and the instrumental as well. We get a lot of these repeating kind of like big leads that constantly build this like familiarity within the song even during your first listen. I love how uplifting the song feels, and a lot of it with the resampled vocals kind of over the drop give it this like unique twist that really cement it as a fantastic song.
Yeah, it is such an uplifting house song. You can't help but dance to it. Anyway, coming up, we have Silvery Sky and Bestoon's track Fix Our Dream. And then after that, we have Jensen Styles' remix of Faulty's song Queen of the Crowd, and that's featuring Koa.
My name's Bestoon here. My new song Fix Our Dream with Silver is going to be released in Ponies and Dawn's new album Limelight. In this song, you can feel the sturdy energy and true vocals. And also, thanks to Sari, your efforts made this song so nice. Hope you guys enjoy. See you.
Morning, I wake up inside, pull off a cigarette and look at the sky. Go straight to the left or go back and right. Enjoy this whatever you like. Now I don't wanna waste my life. Do something that used to be mine. I don't wanna see you just passing by. Fix our dream. What I can see, you will catch the speed of light. Whatever you like. Now I don't wanna waste my life. Do something that used to be mine. I don't wanna see you just passing by. Do you
What's up, Ponies at Dawn? Jensen Styles here with how to make a JB trance tune tutorial. Step 1, lock in. Step 2, we're gonna load up the JB Silent preset pack and pick out some bangers. Alright, sounds fire. Step 3, we drop in some of the JB FX samples that I got off his website the other day. Yep, that's the one. Now we add a little bit of a swing. If Faulty was here, he'd be doing one of those little dances that he does. Hey! Love when he does those. Step 3, we steal the chords from the JB sample pack demo. I don't want to compare myself to JB, but it sounds like JB. Let's get it.
There's a beat starting somewhere in my chest. There's a rhythm to the stirring in my soul, and the melody playing from within me is a song that everybody seems to know. There's a magic that no crystal can contain. There's a sparkle that no color can describe. There's a wonder unmatched by anything, but the power when your voice is all combined. Look at me now, queen of the crowd. I got 'em cheering out my name, wearing the crown, high as the clouds and bright as the day. Look at me now, look at me now, look at me now, look at me now.
At song 17, we had Silvery Sky and Bestoon's track, Fix Our Dream. And this was just a really cool song with some big, catchy dance chorus-y parts. But it also has some really nice lulls in there as well to let some other, tunes get in there, which is really cool.
Yeah, I love how cute this song is. I'm sort of reminded of, especially in the intro, more J-pop stylings with those short kind of stabs on the piano and sweet, bright, jazzy melodies. I agree about the huge dancey chorus, though. This kind of future bounce is always a treat to hear. Vocals are great, too. They're super raw and emotive, which gives them, a really kind of, genuine feeling. It makes it feel, sort of much more personal to kind of have this closer look into the song itself.
Yeah, it's just got a great sound design overall, from the big punchy bits and also to the much more quieter sections too. And then after that was Jensen Styles' remix of Faulty's track, Queen of the Crowd, featuring Koa. And this one was a little bit darker sounding than the original track, which definitely makes it a totally different experience to listen to.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The original song had that big, uplift, which we get in the second half of this track, but the first half is, very gritty, like you said. The kind of, more intense saw basses bring out a lot of performance in Koa's vocals as well, and it gives us a more introspective look at the track at times. We still get that huge, bright, catchy sound, especially even in the first drop, we get, breaks in and out between stuff like that, but the second drop really does capture the essence of this track. Still got those saws, but now we have that huge, hopeful lead as well.
Yeah, and I'm so glad to see that the original song came out just a year ago in the Pandemonium, so there's already remixes that are featuring on another Ponies at Dawn. It's just beautiful. And coming up, we have Jet Zeeths with their track, I Don't Think.
Followed up by Scratton at track number 20 with their song, Everything or Nothing.
Hey, it's Scratton. I hope you're enjoying your night so far, 'cause it's still too young. I could go on and on whispering in your ears about how I love making music, but I think we have a lot more to go through. So, without further ado, you're listening to Ponies at Dawn, Limelight, and this is my track, Everything or Nothing. And don't take that too seriously. Bye.
That first one was Jet Zeeth's song, I Don't Think. And that was a super modern, high energy, tight, fast, and fun song to listen to.
Yeah, he's absolutely got a great sound in this track. Whenever you have this kind of like more intense techno sound, where there's more focus on the tighter bass line and melody, I often worry that these tracks will feel somewhat repetitive. But I think this one really leans into a more focused sound design, with the vocals providing more of a natural element to anchor off of, which I think really works in its favor. So you get all the fast, punchy repetitiveness of techno, but you're still given breaks and moments between where you can really introspect and listen to the track itself.
And that high energy, though, would go great on a dance floor. I can just imagine a room full of people just all bouncing out to it. It's such a great song. And then came Scratton with their song Everything or Nothing. And apparently the idea for the title of this song came from the notion that the never-ending passion, as well as the drive, is what always makes them swim alongside the sound instead of going against it. And I think that's kind of a really cool way to describe it. Everything or nothing.
Yeah, truly a beautiful sentiment, which pairs well with the fact that this is an absolute signature Scranton banger. I love his consistent use of complex rhythms to give every single track a unique identity that all kind of stand together as fantastic examples of absolute vibe. I'm a big fan of the vocal sample that he used here as well. The more kind of sensual elements of the track are really brought out by a darker, more intense tone that the vocalist provides in places.
Yep, absolutely agree with you here. Everything is in it, and nothing was left to chance. Coming up, we have a trio of songs, starting with Zenaz, John, and Niora with their track Aura.
And then, at song number 22 is Susky's track, Incisor.
And rounding off is TCB and their song Power.
Squad.
And that first song was by Xenaz, Jovan, and Niora, and it was called Aura, and it definitely provided a darker, more grittier aura to the album, that's for sure.
Oh, absolutely. I'm definitely reminded of a few tracks from the Lethal League OST in this one, with that grittier, kind of like darker sound and the offbeat, kind of like compressed and distorted Rhodes sound. I love the breaks we get throughout the track, and that big FM bass really gives this song a super dark vibe. It ranks quite highly for me on the album. It's definitely one of my favorites of all time.
Yeah, it's got such an interesting soundscape, lots of different sounds and noise in there. But it all comes together beautifully, and I like it. And after that was Susky and their track Incisor, and they've described this as a bug step track, which is dubstep and tear out.
Yes, Susky is a name I'm always excited to see. They've consistently proven to me that they have exactly what it takes to absolutely and 100% destroy me every time. I've really been into like rhythm and tear out and kind of like genres around that area, so this song was completely welcomed by me. Super great, super intense bass design, complex and fun composition, a completely dope track.
Yeah, it is incredibly complex. So many different just individual sounds coming together, but it actually works, and I think that's what Susky does. They've got this niche in the fandom of taking these things that probably shouldn't go together, but absolutely do, and it sounds amazing. And then after that was TCB and their track Power, and of course another banger, dubstep house, absolutely amazing.
Yes, back-to-back bangers for sure. TCB never disappoints. I love the focus on really intense sound design here, and the BPM we have for this track really makes you kind of sit back and experience every moment of those darker basses. I love the slowed down resampled vocal lines as well. Reminds me a lot of the more kind of like underground sound you hear in genres like this recently. And then we get that like housey second drop. Jesus, just marry me please, TCB, marry me. I'm available right now.
Yeah, all three of these songs were quite short on the scale of things, but they are incredibly memorable, all three of them. Anyway, coming up, we have That Music Brony with their song Gotta Work For It, and after that is Single Purpose with their track Alpha Light.
What is Limelight? It's not what you'd think. It isn't a light. Not really. It isn't a lime. Not as you know it. Some say it's fame. Others say it's the space between envy and applause. But it's just the moment when the world forgets everything except for you.
In case you are just joining us, we are Liking These Beats as we bring you the Ponies at Dawn Limelight album release. And we are about a third of the way through the album now, at song number 24, with that Music Bronies track, Gotta Work For It. And someone bet them that they couldn't make a housey banger, and their whole purpose was to prove them right.
Yeah, well, I feel like TMB is back with a bit of an atypical track for him, but I'm not complaining. He's really strutting his stuff with this, like, electro-inspired bass house track. Super vibey club sound here. I love the focus on the kind of, like, tight sound design. That main sort of almost hoovery descending bass is super fun. This is an extremely danceable track. Top 100.
Oh yeah, this is out of their comfort zone for sure, but they've done an amazing job. It just sounds beautiful, and we want more of it, TMB. Bring us more. Anyway, after that was Single Purpose and their song Alpha Light, and this was another really awesome track. Some great drum and bass.
Yes, this is an absolute banger. I'm always in love with the soundscapes that I can sort of get trapped in for D&B like this. Those big stabs really give a lot of character to this track, and along with that consistent vocal sample, I kind of feel like I'm in a warehouse somewhere at 2 a.m, out of my mind, just completely in the zone, vibing.
Oh yeah, Single Purpose has done an awesome job with this, and yeah, it's fantastic. It just leads in perfectly to our next few songs. And the first one is by MCO945, and it's called Windrunners, featuring Undream Panic.
And then after that is Fuzogs and 12's track, Stage Fright.
Oh, there it is again. The pre-show jitters.
The butterflies, the heebie-jeebies.
Doesn't matter if it's the first or the 1000th show, they're always there, plaguing us with that what if. What if the crowd doesn't like us?
What if we mess up?
Here's a what if. What if Fluttershy couldn't handle the beauty pageant?
Or the holiday concert. Presenting Stage Fright from us, 12.
And Fuzogs.
On the
Papa
horse
Jody's
at
at
TV.
drawn.
You've caught me in the spotlight. Suddenly you stopped time, and all the eyes are watching you. What the hell did you just put me through? I'm frozen in the headlights, trapped inside a disguise. I'm choking up, I'm drowning too. Now I can't go on, so let me through. It started with a letter. Another fashion opportunity, a favor for a favor. I thought to myself, how bad could it be? I showed up in her office, dressed and ready, it was easy, she said. The venue size was modest, but that's a lie and now I'm over my head. Because the crowd went far and wide. Bleachers full and was standing by. Caught me in the spotlight. Suddenly you stop time, and all their eyes are watching you. What the hell did you just put me through? I'm frozen in the headlights, trapped inside a disguise. I'm choking up, I'm drowning too. No, I can't go on now, let me through. No, no, whoa. Said that she was hosting a play, she needs another actor. Proceeds go to charity that day. I showed up in her office, dressed and ready, it was easy, she said. A couple words, I got this, but that's a lie and now I'm over my head. The final act is packed tonight, and I've forgotten all my lines. Now you've caught me in the spotlight. Suddenly you stop time, and all their eyes are watching you. What the hell did you just put me through? I'm frozen in the headlights, trapped inside a disguise. I'm choking up, I'm drowning too. No, I can't go on now, let me through. Let me through. Whoa. Stage fright, stage fright, stage fright, stage fright, stage fright, stage fright. Stage fright, stage fright, stage fright, stage fright, stage fright, stage fright.
And that first one was by MCO945, and it was called Windrunners, and it's featuring Undreamed Panic. And this was actually a Wonderbolts / Rainbow Dash inspired song with some Undreamed Panic vocal chops. And boy, this drum and bass song is just so good. I love the sound design.
Yeah, that main resound is super clean, and the use of distortion to really kind of like push with an additional layer adds like some really interesting kind of like fills and pops as we kind of move back and forth, enhancing it tenfold. We get kind of like glitchy sound effects mixed in with like tight, clean drums. Contrasts really well with the kind of more liquidy elements of this track. Those kind of dreamy sounding, kind of like floaty, reverbed sounds and little peaks at those vocals that we hear throughout. I love it.
Yeah, and then going from that drum and bass into a more liquid drum and bass was Fuzogs and 12's track Stage Fright. And this just had some more almost old school vibes to it. I just loved the nostalgia feel I got from it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I loved the Armin break kind of like slowed down and behind those sort of band-passed vocals. It really gives it a very timeless kind of sound. And combined with the much more modern sounding mix that we get in the drop, it kind of like gives this track a really fun and enjoyable purpose to me. Like it feels like the song is both reminiscing and pushing the modern at the same time.
I love both of these musicians and I just want more of them. I really do. They sound great and can't wait to see what they do next. Anyway, coming up, we are going to bring you another trio of songs, starting with Total Spark's track, Wish I Could.
And then at 29, we've got Hyperspace's song, Firelight.
And then one of your songs, Digit, one that you did with Bank Pain, and it's called Raining Static.
The half-light bleeds like snow against my skin. I need to stop changing channels. Let that image burn in. This empty room feels so thin, with all the sounds of life inside that broken screen. I feel like I'm trapped inside all that burned-in pain. It can't help me to hide that I love that static rain.
That first one was by Total Spark, and it was called Wish I Could. And if it sounded familiar, that's because it was a pre-release song, and you can absolutely see why we wanted it out there first up, because it's just so beautiful, so gorgeous, and such a great song to listen to.
Absolutely. Total Spark is one of those artists I'm always excited to see pop up. Consistently brilliant, and this track is no different. It's rhythmic, calming, ethereal, all words I associate with her stuff, and all on full display here. Just a complete vibe. I love the tone of the main chorus here as well. The FM'd layer over the top of the main sub is just fantastic.
Yeah, it's always so calming, soothing, relaxing stuff by Total Spark, and this just goes to show their finesse with that genre even more. And then after that was Hyperspace with their song Firelight. And that was some future garage stuff that they brought us.
Yeah, beautiful track. I love the masterful work with rhythmic sampling here. It reminds me a lot of artists like Mr. Fiji Ouija, where we get glimpses of an ethereal soundscape behind the veil of reverb and drums in this track. Tight mixing as well, fantastic. I'm especially fond of the use of vocals here, kind of downsampling them a bit, giving them that kind of like darker sound. It's really, really good.
And then after that was one of your songs, Digit, with Bank Pain, and it was called Raining Static. And I'm sure you've got a novel to say about the song, but we'll try and keep it so that we don't take up all the time, shall we?
I'll do my best. Yeah, this was one of those songs that sort of like we started quite a while ago, and we originally had completely different ideas for what this song was going to be, and we just kept trying to push two separate ideas into one song, and it never quite landed the way we wanted. So instead, we kind of sat down and we just reworked it into something which you've heard, and I hope you liked because we both really like it.
Oh, I loved it. It was just so calming, and no, you've done both a great job in it, and I loved it a lot. Definitely going on my repeat playlist. And coming up, we have Move Fire with their song A Flaring Performance.
And after that is Jick Rowe with his song Fallen Stars and Broken Swords, featuring Scott Foster Harris.
Here at last as I await the crystal empire's beckoning for a father. Where's my wife and daughter? I pray they're well. Bright as a star in the night sky. Look at how you both shine your light. I need my wife and my child, as well as my sister, while facing the fear of night. Destruction and nightmare brings with it problems, so beware. Crystallized beings are near, the undead army is here, the stench of their resurrections in the air. What's that now? Approaching the armies, encroaching. Those beyond reproach should turn and run. Don't look back, they're coming. Say goodbye, start running. The end is incoming. The war is far from won. I'll stay here with those left. We'll fight here to the death until my dying breath. I shall defend you three. I love you, I hear you, dear daughter, I'll miss you. Embrace the seeds we have sown. Now run out away from this zone. I will defend tooth and bone, even if I die alone. Standing here, I look around. Everyone except me has fallen down. I'm exhausted, I can barely stand. I'm too tired to defend myself from any enemies that may be left. What is that I see staring back at me? Could it really be those who raised me? As I cannot lift my sword, I shall pray to meet my end quickly, and if I should turn, that I'll not see others burn.
As you can tell, we've switched up the genre a little bit as we bring you a modern orchestral, classical music song with Mofire and their song A Flaring Performance. And it was absolutely a flaring performance, so beautiful.
Oh, absolutely. Mafia's stuff is always so impressive to me. Whether it's solo piano stuff or the more in-depth, beautiful work of their orchestral compositions, I'm always in love with the use of dynamics to really push emotions through to the listener. This song combines some of my favourites of their talents into a beautiful masterpiece that I've honestly listened to quite a few times when trying to fall asleep recently.
Oh yes, it's beautiful background music to put on, but if you actually pay attention to each individual note and the sounds that it brings, it's masterfully placed and just beautifully composed. And then after that was Jikro's song Fallen Stars and Broken Swords, and that's featuring Scott Foster Harris. And Jikro actually has a bit of context for this, which if you go back and listen to it now that you've heard the context, you'll be able to actually appreciate what Jik has done for it. They've said, this song is quite an experiment as it doesn't have a classic normal structure. It has 3 acts, telling the story of Shining Armor's final actions in Infinite Eclipse prequel's finale. And then they reuse the choir from a previous track, Praise Nereth, in the background of the song's last act to put an emphasis on the crystallized arrival at this moment. So yeah, now that you've got some context, if you go back and listen to it, it gives a totally different meaning, but the song itself is still gorgeously composed and absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, like you talked about, you can really feel those multiple acts in the track itself. Whether it's the more intense first kind of intro, which is full of hopeful and yet realistic determination, or the second, more suspenseful foreboding section, or that final climax of the track in the latter half. This whole song is a truly fantastic song. It reminds me a bit of Epic the Musical, with such a focus on storytelling, both musically and lyrically.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Well done again, Jikro, on bringing us another epic orchestral song. And coming up, we have Michael Pitcher with their track Nightmare Moon, another amazing orchestral song.
And then a waltz from Vanware called Moonlit Masquerade.
At song number 33, we had Michael Pitcher and their track Nightmare Moon. And this was actually a sister piece to the song Daybreaker that they did back in the Dreamwalkers album. So, yeah, if you put the two side by side, you can actually tell how they kind of go together, but also entirely separate. And this is just a beautiful, dark orchestral piece, and I loved the tone and the atmosphere that it created all throughout.
Yeah, we get this gorgeous sense of dread from this track right from the get-go, with those deeper strings and big horns offset by the high, foreboding violins above. Then, we often get little brief glimpses of hopeful beauty between them. We really get to see the power of the composition woven into this track. It really does feel like it backs some truly powerful visuals and storytelling.
Yeah, and that song is such a contrast to the one after it by Vanware called Moonlit Masquerade, which is just a much more uplifting and more positive waltz that you heard.
Yeah, as the title betrays, this track is truly befitting of a masquerade. Vanware does refer to it as a waltz as well, so we're not wrong by pointing out that genre, and I can just imagine the massive ballroom, packed to the gills with ponies dressed to the nines, Koa, I see you, all in beautifully intricate masks. This track is very evocative, both in composition but also in its choice of instruments, and we often get little backs and forths between different moving main melody sections, yet tonally, those unique instruments really give this track a lot of staying power for me.
Yeah, it's definitely not your traditional waltz instruments, but the actual composition itself is very waltz, and I could see, like you said, in a ballroom of everyone just dancing to this. It's gorgeous, and I love it. And now coming up, we have Illumination with their song The Singer and the Lady, and that's featuring Artemis Plume.
And then after that, we have Celtic Stampede's song Roam, Roam Away. I went sort of British.
Love how you just like piggyback off it. It's great.
That's it, guys. I quit.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
No, I don't think you do.
Guys, I'm pretty sure about...
Yeah, I don't think you are.
I'm not?
Nah, probably not.
I don't quit?
Now you're getting it.
I'm staying?
That's right, bud.
Okay.
Oh yeah, and here's our new song, Roam, Roam Away, which L-Train totally voluntarily stayed for. And you're listening to Ponies at Dawn, Limelight.
Roam, roam away, Philly, roam, roam away. If you're bound far to stray, let your heart guide the way. If your mind takes a change when you're far, far away, you'll remember the way. If it's home you'd rather stay. I was born upon the farm with apples flowing in my veins, where the trees grew tall and mighty out upon the muddy plains, where the simple apple farmers worked the orchards every day. And my granny raised me up to live the simple pony way.
But I knew there must be more out there beyond those apple trees, that the world had so much more to live and so much more to see. So I set off down that road to find who I was meant to be. And as I left, I heard her calling out, here's what she sang to me.
Roam, roam away, Philly, roam, roam away. If you're bound far to stray, let your heart guide the way. If your mind takes a change when you're far, far away, you'll remember the way. If it's home you'd rather stay. Well, I joined my aunt and uncle and began my city life, where the lights and buildings twinkled with sophisticated sights, where I learned the complicated terms and manners of elites. As I slowly lost my sense of self, I could not find my peace. But one morning as I looked outside my window to the sky, as a flash of rainbow color brought the tears into my eyes, then I knew an apple farmer was who I was meant to be. And I could almost hear my granny's words, here's what she sang to me. Roam, roam away, Philly, roam, roam away. If you're bound far to stray, let your heart guide the way. If your mind takes a change when you're far, far away, you'll remember the way. If it's home you'd rather stay. Far away, you'll remember the way. If it's home you'd rather stay.
At song number 35, we had The Singer and the Lady featuring Artemis Plume, and that was by Illumination. And the lineup of that goes Velvet R-Wings on music, lyrics, vocals, harp, and percussion. Andy Phelan on bass, Soul Strings on acoustic guitar, percussion and mixturing, and Artemis Plume on that very gorgeous flute that you were able to hear throughout. And they've described that as a dark folk song, and boy, did it have that atmosphere about it.
Oh, absolutely. Illumination is another one of those powerhouses in my mind. They've always had a fantastic skill at weaving intense and sometimes extremely confronting lyrics into a truly beautiful backing instrumental. I'll always love Velvet's vocals in their tracks. She lends a really regal and yet somewhat haunting sound to the songs that really help sell the overall vibe of putting on an Illumination track.
And after that came the song Roam Away, and that was by Celtic Stampede, which consists of Forever Free Brony, L Train, Lunajax, and Blue Brony. And it's a song about Applejack's story in the Cutie Mark Chronicles episode, so it's got that slight, almost sadness about it.
Oh, absolutely. Celtic Stampede have given us one a cappella track previously on Blossom with their track The Mayor of the Forest, and they're back again with another song with just as much oomph. This song really focuses on storytelling and showcases the unique sound of each member of the cast really well. It's extremely talented lyrically and performance-wise. I'm in love with it from start to finish.
Yeah, and it's got that slight melancholic, almost somber tone about it, despite just being a cappella. They've done a really, really great job in just getting that atmosphere about it, just purely using their voices. Fantastic job, all of them. And coming up, we have Black and Blue with their song My Own Path.
And then Voodoo Pup with their track I Want to Be a Professional, featuring Dangerous Moonlight and Michael Pitcher.
Change in the distance. It's like something's calling me. I've dreamed of it before. It's what I've been waiting for. I never make it big, camping out in Ponyville. Out in the city lights, every day can be a thrill. Manhattan's in my sights, I won't stop until I make it. Say
back inside. Monday to Friday, well that must be heaven. I got 40 pairs of arm warmers, but a day job only needs 2 earrings and a boring blonde bob. Exhausted and accomplished, what do you know? I'm halfway there. I've got a good thing going, I can't wait to throw it away. I wanna be professional, I want my days to never change. Look at a desk and wish that I was home. I wanna see where the streetlights go, I wanna wear a purple coat, cut the turntails and get me a comb. I wanna be like her. Keep me set up, I just hate I find it fun when the glow sticks are lit up. Stop this game, I just need change. Je veux travailler. Don't wanna stay up, don't wanna feel the beat. I wanna lay down and wake up to see the sun wash out the neon signs. Need a night to rest my eyes. The DJ said I'm crazy when I told her I'm trading it in. I wanna be professional, I want my days to never change. Sit around and feel the time go by. I wanna see where the streetlights go, I wanna wear a purple coat, save my teeth for another grind. I wanna get out of here. I want my days to stay the same. Come home at 5 and fall asleep by 9. I wanna see where the streetlights go, I wanna wear a purple coat. I'm counting down to quitting time. I wanna be like her.
Digit, believe it or not, we are at the halfway mark. Time just flies by when we are having so much fun here listening to the Ponies at Dawn Limelight album release.
Would you believe me if I said I didn't believe you, Lycan?
Well, we are over the halfway mark and we are on the homeward stretch now. And at song number 37, we had Black and Blue with their rock track, My Own Path.
Yes, truly a rock banger. This song has been stuck in my head even before it was pre-released to showcase the album, and I can't help but bob along every single time I hear it. Black and Blue's traditionally known for his more intense metal stuff, so to hear a more reserved, almost poppy at time track was very much a surprise, but a welcome one. I don't know about anyone else, but I need more of this. Now.
Yeah, this is a great song. It's easy to headbang to, and I hope that everyone loved it as much as we did. And then after that was Voodoo Pup and their song I Want to Be Professional, featuring Dangerous Moonlight and Michael Pitcher. And this was a ska song. And just so you know, someone described ska to me as like a marching band of jazz music. And I think this is just perfect demonstration of that.
I mean, ska is good. Ska's great. This track really reminds me of high school, where I would hide the fact that I actually listened to ska because nobody else wanted to admit it. But this is a safe space, right? I can admit that I used to listen to tons of ska, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, good. Because every single person on this track gave it their all. Dangerous Moonlight gives us a fantastically fun vocal performance, especially.
Oh, yes, and the other ones involved were Michael Pitcher on trumpet and contralto trumpet. The words, music, and other instruments were done by Voodoo Pup, and Dima Faustov was on alto sax. And this song was basically from the perspective of Pacific Glow, singing about Miss Harshwinnie, so that just gives you some context to why they actually made this song. But yeah, it's a fantastic ska track. I don't think ska gets enough coverage, and I love to see it on the album. But Now, coming up next, we have Deontay George and Sax Nico with their song She's a Rarity, and that's featuring Tavern Cat Records and S-Dream Explorer S.
Hello. Hi. May we have your attention, please? We want to thank Ponies at Dawn for letting us hog the limelight for a bit, as we wanted to share a very special song for a very special pony. My name is Sax Neko, and I'll be on the alto sax.
In addition to her, we have Tavern Cat on trumpet, S-Dream Explorer S on bass, and yours truly, Deontay on tenor saxophone. Without further ado, we hope you enjoy She's a Rarity. Alright, cats. Let's show Miss Rarity what we're made of. A 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
That was She's a Rarity featuring Tavern Cat Records and S-Dream Explorer S. And it was by Deontay George and Sax Nico. So Deontay was on tenor saxophone and piano. Sax Nico was on alto saxophone. And Tavern Cat Records was on the trumpet. And of course, Soul Strings was on the bass.
Yes, this is one of my favourite tracks on the album, completely. I'll always love jazz. It's something that I did a lot when I was younger, and while these days I get a little bit less into it, this song really cemented in my heart just how much I appreciate this sound. Absolutely gorgeous performances from all on the track. I love the smoky, hopeful sound this whole track embodies. I love that sort of like tinny main sax sound. It's really reminiscent of the style of jazz that is so near and dear to my heart.
Oh yes, all of them come together beautifully, and all the different saxophone sounds, the trumpets, like they all lend their own individuality, but come together perfectly to create just a gorgeous song overall. But now, coming up next, we have Neurophonic and their song Princess Rarity of Hyrule, and then after that is Ethan Toabs with Twinkle Twirl's Great Dance Recital.
This is Neurophonic, and you're listening to my song Princess Rarity of Hyrule, which is part of Ponies at Dawn, Limelight.
song number 40, we had Neurophonic with their track Princess Rarity of Hyrule. And they've said that they imagined Rarity as a princess in the Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom universe, you know, being a little melancholic and pensive while having a melody in her heart about wanting to be a well-loved princess. And I think that song really goes to show that kind of like flighty nature that is brought across there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can clearly hear the inspiration from the Breath of the Wild soundtrack. Neurophonic is really giving us like a serene view, like blissful view of their imagined inner world. I love the use of the sustain on the piano here, especially in the intro. It gives us a lot of space to really kind of just sit in the sound and atmosphere that's built throughout it. I really do agree this is quite a tranquil experience.
Yeah, it's one of the longest songs of the album at over 6 minutes, but it really doesn't feel like it. Time just flies by because it's such a joy to listen to. And then after that was Ethan Toabs with their track Twinkle Twirl's Great Dance Recital. And I love this one. From the very beginning, Ethan's just such gorgeous soundscape and beautiful, tranquil instruments.
Oh, absolutely. Ethan gives us a super, like, well-realized show-sounding piece. It really does feel like it's something straight from the show. There's, like, a beautiful simplicity to this song at times, and I love the use of the much more traditional mix. We don't need those loud, punchy EDM drums. We've got something that really feels like it's being played by an orchestra right in front of you. And I think that kind of captures the vibe behind the track as well.
And it's such a happy song. It's such a joy to listen to. You can't help but smile. Anyway, coming up, we have Color Glint and their remix of Ryazan's song, Open My Heart.
And hot on their tail is Drop a Vampire's track, Lost Hope.
Alright, hey, this is Color Glint. Just want to say a few things about this remix real quick. I first heard the original version of Open My Heart years ago, and yeah, honestly it blew me away. Cause most My Little Pony music and Brony music has English lyrics, maybe at least 90% of them, I think. So this one really stood out to me. It's a Mandarin. I ended up making this remix maybe in my own style. Sounds kinda beautiful-ish. I guess I actually made 7 versions of it before sitting on this one, fun fact. So it's the one I spent the most time on. Hope you enjoy this. Shout out to Ryzen aka Lexound. Yeah, 谢谢你啦。
前，我突然感觉你我有改变。虽然我仍有些许顾虑，害怕这是否一场骗局，可是我决定，相信我只能逃出火炬。
That first one was Color Glint's remix of a song by Ryazan, and it was called Open My Heart, and the original was from way back in 2015. And can you believe that was 10 years ago now? Wow. It was originally by Ryazan and Hiramoto, but Ryazan has since changed their name to Lick Sound. So if you're interested to find out more about them, I'm sure you'll find them under that name. But yeah, this remix is just fantastic. I love the way that they've transformed the song, and I really enjoyed it a lot.
Oh, absolutely. The sense of scale in this track is ridiculous. Like, we get this perceived massive sound at times with those distant kind of vocal chops and huge reverb. It's fantastic. And often we really don't get brought back down into the song again until we get that huge electronic lead and big drums in the drop. I really love the use of the emotive chord structure in the drop as well. Those huge saws really punch through and give us a steady pulse to bob to.
Oh yeah, and it's another very hopeful track, very uplifting, and it's definitely one of the happier songs on the album. And then after that is Dropper Vampire's track Lost Hope. And they did want to sing this one, but didn't have time to record it, so hopefully we might actually see a vocal mix of this one in the future. But as it is, it's still just a gorgeous song, and it's fantastic to listen to. Great sound design all throughout.
Absolutely. And it's while it's clearly inspired by Porter Robinson's sound from his Worlds album, it's done so here to great effect. I get that same sense of like hopeful longing, looking up at the stars and wondering just what might be out there. It's a huge, super beautiful sound and melody, and we're often given time away from the more impactful emotional chorus with a much more ethereal soundscape, very reminiscent of Robinson's stuff as well.
Yeah, I think the name Lost Hope doesn't do it quite justice because it is another kind of uplifting song, and it does actually provide you with some hope here, I think, in just how melodic and, happy it sounds. Anyway, up next we have a Silver remix, and it's of an Ice Angel and Scron song, and it is Grateful for All.
And following them up, we've got Blinky at track number 45 with their song Overload.
As the season enters winter, as we have crossed many months, we have come up with so many moments this year. But there is one thing I realize, a moment I will soon forget, from where I start to how it's going to how it happens. I have reached the peak and faced with many things. I do face hard moments, but I'm not left behind. And as time goes on, now it's time to recall them, to show that I'm grateful for all. For all the moments I'm grateful for all.
Well, I hope you were ready to be hit in the face with those hard-hitting tracks, as we started with Silver's remix of Ice Angel and Scron's track, Grateful for All. And yeah, it really did go hard, that one.
Oh, absolutely. I love the throwback classic vocal hits we get in the intro. It gives this track a really fun and exciting bouncy energy that I feel like Silver is always completely consistently brilliant at. The track really does give you a sense of urgency at times. The tempo's really pushing it just to keep up that intense energy and boundless fun that I feel characterizes it so well. I really, really love, though, that in the second half of the track towards the last drop, we get that BPM drop to really sit back and just listen to the brilliance of the song.
Oh yeah, because all throughout it's just so bouncy and, you can't help but dance to it. And just towards the end there, it just calms down a bit and lets you down. But doesn't let you down long, because after that was Blinky's track Overload, and this dubstep track went hard.
Absolutely. Blinky is known for dubstep smackers, and this track is no exception. Every single time they're on the album, I get excited because I know I'm in for some goodness. I love this track's adherence to dubstep too, like that classic kind of older fandom vibes with the dubstep and the hey sample and stuff like that, plus the generally more upbeat and hopeful melodic breaks in between the harder wubby goodness really, really give it that almost nostalgic vibe.
Oh, there is plenty of wubby goodness. And also just the occasional vocal chops in there, the throwback to the early fandom. It does have that nostalgic vibe, and I think that's also why it has that as well. Anyway, coming up, we have Dauntless Dan and their track Dream Chaser.
And keeping up the dubstep wubby goodness, we've got Red Pony's track Invasion.
I wait for an opportunity to escape. I don't belong here. Oh, I've got plans to take me miles away. Oh, I gotta get it someday.
In case you are just tuning in, this is Like Indies Beats as we are bringing you the Ponies at Dawn Limelight album premiere here on Ponyville FM and also in the Ponytown. And at song number 46, we had Dauntless Dan and their song Dream Chaser. They wanted you to know that the album theme inspired this one, which is Limelight. Chase your dreams, even if it means chasing the limelight. And they did exactly that, bringing you this hard track.
Oh, absolutely. This is a huge track. Dauntless Dan's always giving me goosebumps with their builds. I love the hints you get at sound design and structure in their build here, especially. You kind of get a little teaser for exactly what you're in for. Parts of the drop are kind of reminiscent of tracks by the Chainsmokers, with that sustained kind of gritty bass lead, and then the A-B structure for the drop. It's super fun. And there's some really, really great color-based design throughout.
And after that was Red Pony's song Invasion. And if it sounded familiar, it is because it was a pre-release, which was done prior to you hearing it here. And you can absolutely see why we chose it as a pre-release, because it's just such an amazing song. There's so much to like about it.
Oh, completely. I get huge vibes from this one. Very 2015 style dubstep with those big gritty basses and then the melodic breaks in between with the kind of like big soaring leads. I love the use of the sampled voices from the show. They add a lot of weight to this track, which normally I feel like it can kind of detract from the experience, but here I feel like they really fit the vibe. The sound design in the B part of the first drop is super tight. The bass under that laugh from Chrysalis, it's very, very cool.
Oh yeah, it's definitely gritty at times and really has that kind of like dark inspiration about it, but also it just sounds gorgeous as well. And then coming up, we have a trio of songs for you, starting with Crazy Smash and Memory Tale and their song One Hole, and that's featuring Next Gen.
And then after that, Jet Zeeth and Code Key bring us track number 49 called Mind.
And then it's Spitfire and Drop of Vampire with their song Somnum Incantatio.
Hello, and welcome to the Ponies at Dawn cooking channel with Memory Tale, Crazy Smash, and Next Gen. Today, we'll be working on a new recipe.
First, we will add drums. Next, we will add synth.
Now, we'll add some vocals.
In the kitchen, crafting recipes from my hooks, bars.
Some bass.
2 shots of vodka.
Mix it all up, and you get...
One hole! Drink. They don't know I'm finna give it a go. I'm boil a scene. My body's an oil machine. Turn words and rhymes into zings. I'm on the attack. When I spit raps, explode on a track. Sonic with rings. I'm a poet and prophet. Know it and got it. Overflow knowledge. Blow like a rocket. Got life by the neck. Cracking the zoetic box. And I run the gauntlet. Call the shots. Never haunted. One who haunts. Can't be taunted. What you want? I'm the anti-damn with the way I daunt. Yeah, they call me the cleaner. What we got next jam for the feature? You water down like Aquafina. I'm on fire, possessed by a demon. In the kitchen, crafting recipes from my hooks, bars, word by word, rhyme by rhyme, giving me my 5 stars. Salt in the wound, yeah, I always took it too far. Crazy Smash, my sous chef, you gon' watch him cook hard. dozen. Meanwhile, my rhymes are buzzing. Squeeze a little bit of lime for the zest. Now we might be on to something. We in the kitchen once again with the hooks, bars, brick by brick, lick by lick. Michelin, 5 stars. Come so deep in the beat that when you peek, you gon' look far. Crazy Amendment Next Gen, you gon' watch us cook hard. We in the kitchen with the bars.
into me, Daybreaker. The better, prettier, and more powerful version of you. It's all my fault. I never should have gone on this mission. Now Equestria is doomed. I'm never going with my gun again.
First up in that trio of songs, we had Crazy Smash and Memory Tale with their track One Hole, featuring Next Gen. And this is actually a continuation of their style of their song Steadfast that was found in the Survivors album back in last year. So if you're wondering why it sounds similar, then that is why.
Yeah, and Grazy mentions being inspired by ISO-XO, and this track is super reminiscent of Ignorant, one of the tracks from his Kids Gone Man album. But I really love how this song kind of differentiates itself a bit by focusing a lot on vocals and the vocal performance and rap from Next Gen. His verses are super tight and really aggressive in this track, which I love. The second drop especially is super fun. There's some dope sound design in those metallic basses and really, really punchy and tight drums.
Yeah, Next Gen has been nailing it this entire album, and this song is no different. They've done some great vocal work and beautiful raps, and I love it. And after that was Jet Zeeth and Code Key and their track Mind. And this was a really, really awesome big room techno track.
Oh, absolutely. There's a huge sound in this track. I love the discordant sounding main lead in the drop. When it's paired with the super loud and bassy kicks, it gives this track a massive warehouse vibe. It's a really underground sound at times and a fun departure from some of the other stuff Jet Zeeth has submitted previously, which I'm a big fan of.
Yeah, and it's really, really hard-hitting too. It's in your face and it's not shy about it at all. Great song, and I can't wait to hear more from these two. And then rounding off our trio was Spitfire and Dropper Vampire with their song Somnum Incantatio. And that actually translates to sleep spell, which I had to look up. And they said that this song was inspired by Princess Luna's nightmares. So if you're familiar with that episode, that would give you some context to it.
Okay, it's Big Room once again. I might be one of those people who don't really love Big Room House, but even I can admit this track's a banger. I love the pre-drop hook we get. That lead pattern is really, really fun, and the drop pattern is super sick. Normally in Big Room you get that like consistent thumping 4 on the floor, but the almost Jersey Club type beat we get gives this track a super sick and unique flow.
Oh yeah, Dropper Vampire has done a fantastic job making another amazing Big Room House song, and I believe that Spitfire wanted to make it as a tribute to Dropper's Big Room House career. So it's a fantastic way to pay homage to all the work you've done in Big Room House, Dropper, so well done. Anyway, coming up we have Code Key and their track Kinetic.
And Odd Hat's track, Angel.
Get ready. dimension and of pure sonic euphoria. This is the power of kinetic.
At song number 51, that was Code Keys' track Kinetic. And this was some really awesome psytrance techno stuff. And I really loved how they had that big orchestral feel about it too.
Oh, absolutely. Those massive war drums really add a lot to the kind of like build into this track. It gives the track a massive sense of scale and makes the really tight EDM drop afterwards a huge and great contrast. I love the interesting lead pattern we get as well. Feels almost like it's a sampled instrumental or vocal line rather than like a synthesized instrument.
Yeah, and the little vocal samples in there too just add to that atmosphere and just create a really cool soundscape along with the instrumentals as well. And after that was Odd Hat's track Angel. And now this one was truly an angelic song. They have made a note that they were taking inspiration from Say 3 AM with Shadow Voices. And it's kind of a variation on the Electro Clash genre. And yeah, it just sounds really awesome.
Yeah, there's a real dreamy vibe to this track. Even in the drop, when we have those punchier drums and loud bass lines, we have that huge verb on the vocals that make the whole track feel like it's floating above the clouds. The vocal line here is especially great. I do agree with you when you say that it sounds somewhat angelic at times.
Oh yeah, it does have that kind of imagery of floating in the clouds and just, soaring along in the sky. Anyway, coming up, we have a song by Zizkill, and it's called Phantasma. And then after that is a song by Raxa Sound, and it's called Aside.
Raxa Sound? Damn near killed her sound.
I'm totally including that. I am definitely including that.
Oh, no.
Bueno, te dije que ya no llames. Ya sé, pero tú quieres algo que no existe. Un fantasma.
Every time I see Zizkill's name on the album, I always think it's going to be something outrageous, something crazy and unreal, and they have delivered that once more. This song, Phantasma, apparently samples 8 songs and is an electronic Darriacore R&B mishmash, and I love it.
Oh, absolutely. Zizkill is crazy, and yeah, I agree. I love it. Every single time I hear a Ziz beat, I'm excited because I know it's innovative, it's interesting, it's funky, it's weird, and it's cool. And this track is no exception. There are so many different samples layered throughout, and I really love the focus on a kind of smooth R&B vibe we get in the intro before the switch up into that gritty main chorus. The compression and distortion, I get hyperpop vibes from it, which makes sense that it's been tagged as Darriacore because the resampling, the kind of hyperpop inspirations, it really, really lands.
Yeah, their songs are always an experience. And then after that was Araxa Sound with their track Aside. And this was a very funky and creative song. They would like you to know that they had a really fun time making it and would hope that everyone enjoyed it, because I know I definitely enjoyed it.
Oh, absolutely. This track reminds me a lot of Moe Shop with the kind of fast-paced chord structure and really powerful drum line. The focus on syncopation especially to form that kind of like great funky groove. It's super impactful. And I find myself kind of revisiting this track all the time. Pop it on in the background and I just kind of dance out. Super danceable.
It is one to lose yourself into and just listen to it. And now we are going to bring you the longest song on the album, and that is by Jensen Styles and Mathematic Pony, and it's called Before We Part.
Hey everyone, this is Jensen Styles, and you're about to hear my new track with Mathematic Pony. This song is close to my heart, and if you've ever had the joy of attending a brony convention, you'll probably relate to what this song is about. It's that feeling of being there at the convention and having an amazing time, but you know in the back of your head that it'll be over soon, and you'll have to leave that magical place and return to normal life. Math and I are both incredibly proud of how this track turned out, and we hope you enjoy it. This is Before We Part, coming out on Ponies at Dawn, Limelight.
Can it stay right now? as the curtain closes, say you'll see me soon enough. Tell me it's not over. I hope with all my strength you'll still be there come sunrise, before it's time to wake. And when I find myself alone along the path I take, I hope I'll have the memory of that look on your face. And when what's in the hallways is the ghost of all we shared, I swear I hear you echo like we're all still there.
Wait, the song's over already? I said it was the longest song. It didn't feel like it. Time just flew by there. Well, that was Jensen Styles and Mathematic Ponies Before We Part, and this one was absolutely fantastic. A progressive trance EDM song. I loved it. So good.
Oh, loud and gritty as heck. I love the focus on almost dystopian sound design we get at times, with that very repetitive driving bass line in the first part of the drop, before we get those big ethereal vocals back on top from Math. I really love when we get to the verse and we get some more of that beautiful melodic line to contrast against the harder sections. There's a lot of great talent on show from both artists here.
Yeah, and the song was inspired by the experience of being at a Brony convention concert and wanting to be fully present in the moment, but also knowing that it will come to an end and that you will have to eventually return to regular life. And that explains why there's a slight somber tone towards the end there, and just that slight melancholic feel about it. Anyway, coming up we have Nitty and Dusty and their track The Guy of the Winter Gala.
And following that up, we have Koa's track Hurt, featuring Next Gen.
knew was hunger. All I needed was to keep my kind alive. But any small bit less than absolute excess was enough to drive a god to genocide.
Fall of one, prior to undefeated, it's all been done. You've set the table and all of eating. You lose your stand, you can't abide it. You're reprimanded, you run and hide. You're underhanded, you undermine. That understanding wasn't worth your time. Cause
you don't know the kind of fake that leaves you full of holes. Ground falls away beneath you. By void consumed, nothing to lose. Cold desire burns anew. I just wanna see you hurt the way I do.
If you are just joining us here on the Pony Turn or on Ponyville FM, we are doing the Ponies at Dawn Limelight album release, and we are at song number 56 with Nitty and Dusty's track, The Guy of the Winter Gala. And they want you to know that this is a house music song because that's the kind of vibe that they were going for when you have like a fashion gala with their own twist. And so that's what they've delivered here, a fantastic house track.
Oh, absolutely. I think the vocals here are especially really fun. I love the use of layering with the primary melody to really add some fun harmonies that would otherwise kind of be lost behind the track. The structure here as well is super chaotic and fun, which I really love a lot. We get some fun sound design in ways that you wouldn't typically expect for a house track like this, which I think gives this a really unique flavor.
Yeah, the lyrics are actually based on the classic image of a Japanese character trying to impress someone at a gala, and it just kind of felt funny. And, it's just providing that context to the aesthetic of the song. I think it's a really catchy song. I love it, and I'm glad that it's here on the album. And then after that was Koa's track, Hurt, and that was featuring Next Gen. And I mentioned earlier, Next Gen's been going absolute nuts on this album with their lovely rap sections, and this one, they deliver yet again.
Oh, absolutely. Current Next Gen made a total banger. It really gives me that kind of like late 2000s pop banger vibe with the switching between a big pop vocal sound and the rap sections we get. I love Koa's use of layered harmonies as well, and the main lead melody is a super fun, almost internet-y sound, if that makes sense. It feels like a banger I would pop onto Newgrounds to jam to, is what I'm trying to say.
And in case you're wondering what the song is about, it's the uninhibited desire for revenge from the perspective of Chrysalis. It's a look at what happens when you let anger, resentment, and fear control you. So that's why it's got that gritty sound to it, and I really loved it. And coming up, we have Total Spark and their song Queen Bee featuring Inari.
And Spin Scissor with their song Watch Me Shrink.
La la la, la 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 la, la la la, la 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 la. She's got her minions lining up like drones. Her smells so sweet, but everybody knows that while her nails are sharp, her looks could kill. Rolling the school, it ain't her only skill. Her whispers echo down the dim-lit halls. A simple week at you and your impulse. She'll crush your dreams and never hear you scream. A fucking master with a cunning schemes. She's the queen of the sea. Everything she says is so pristine. But underneath, she's got a wicked gleam. Bow down, bitch, I'm the queen. A crown of diamonds that no one can steal. Her false affections make it all seem real. A Midas touch makes everyone adore. One of these all flock till she can't ignore. The growing cracks, I watch her every move. Each passing moment makes it hard to prove that this mistake of theirs, a tougher side. It doesn't matter, 'cause to them she's a god. Sitting on a throne of the lies they've told, keeping secrets hidden like fool's gold. She's the queen of the sea. Everything she says is so pristine. But underneath, she's got a wicked gleam. Bow down, bitch, I'm the queen. La la la, la 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 la. 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 I can't go on, it's all become too real. Each passing day they tell me what to feel. These indecisions will tear me apart. What matters more, my image or my heart? What can I do to try and change their view? It's growing harder to remember what's true. Each passing day they tell me I'm unreal. I just can't understand what's the appeal. I'm the queen of the sea, the one that feels like I'm in a dream. Is this really how I wanna be seen? Bow down, 'cause for them I'm the queen. La la la, la 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 la. La la la, la 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 la. La la la, la 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 la. La la la, la 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 la.
Rarity, they all adore you. Aren't you going to tell them about your fabulous pieces? Oh, no. Back to Ponyville, I imagine. Oh, they worked so hard on my behalf, and I repaid them with unkindness.
At song number 58, that was Total Spark and their track Queen Bee featuring Inari. And I am loving these poppy vibes, these amazing tracks, and just things you can dance out and groove to.
Oh, absolutely. The catchy hooks in all of these songs have really, wormed their way into me. I love the idea of this track so much. It's a super classic sounding pop track, and I feel like the vocal performance here is the main staying power for me, for sure. I love the lyrical prowess, but I really love that it kind of ties in a fun little story that feels like it's straight out of the Equestria Girls movies.
Yeah, it is very, very catchy, and I'm sure it'll be on repeat on many people's playlist. And then after that is Spin Scissors' song, Watch Me Shrink. And just to give you some context about it, the song was heavily based on the episode Rarity Takes Manhattan. And if you don't remember it, that's the episode that sees you through Rarity's complex emotions as she contemplates the advice from her friends and grapples with fear, stress, anger, and ultimately deep regret and longing over the awful way she behaves towards the ones that she loves. So, yeah, that explains its slightly somber tone, but it's definitely a fantastic track.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like it is kind of a bit of an intense track at times, but I love the almost jazzy sounding prog that's used here. The vocals are fantastic. The hook especially is stuck in my head all the time. I really love when we move into those more growly hits in the second chorus. The reprisal gives the track even more kind of raw, emotive power.
Yeah, it is definitely a very emotive song, and it's fantastic. Anyway, coming up, we have Replacer and their song The Same Stars.
Followed by The Big Blind and Hot Cake in a Box with their track How Dare You to Be Kind.
Hey, Replacer. The album's coming up. You want to record a bumper?
No.
Right. Hey, so this next track, this is The Same Stars by Replacer on Ponies at Dawn, Limelight.
What's good, what's good? This is The Big Blind.
This is Hot Cake in a Box.
And we are so fucking happy to present you this tune. For sure the heaviest fucking thing I've ever done. And it was so fun working with Hot Cake because I'm not into metal or rock myself that much. So yeah, anything you want to say?
This collab is some of the most fun I've had producing. Go run it up.
I don't care if you're afraid of me. I don't care if you're afraid about love. 'Cause now I know what is behind the sin, and I can see much farther than my eyes. I don't care if there's no turning back, and I don't care about your childish excuse. And it's too late now to refuse, and I don't care about my price. I can't understand your selfish rebrand. Is it me who is blind? How dare you to be kind? I kept running from insanity, but it was only persecution, mania. What a crime against humanity. You gotta be humble to carry that weight. Time to wait for no more wasted time. If only I could sign a decent love design, but I kept crashing with the old same old. I still wonder if there's something behind.
And that first one was by Replacer, and it was called The Same Stars. And I know that every time I see a Replacer song on the album, I know there's going to be something quirky, something strange about it. And this one, they had some very, very interesting sounds and sound design. And I just love the way that they're always able to innovate and just come up with new things to do with sounds and music.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like this was a bit of a fun and introspective track for sure. Replacer always captures a sense of nostalgia. I didn't realize that I was holding for a specific sound or time period, and this track kind of pulls me back into a time from, a number of years ago, back when I was playing earlier visual novel games, just like that kind of like more serene experience. There's something innocent and yet supremely genuine in this song, and that's something I love fiercely.
And after that was The Big Blind and Hot Cake in a Box song, How Dare You to Be Kind. And they have included a note here that it's a very personal tune, expressing the frustrations with those people that are just unable to show love to their people and simply pretend that they don't care, even though they actually really, really do care. And you can definitely tell that it's very personal to them and that they've put a lot of emotion and heart into the song.
I love the vocals on this one especially. They really sell the vibe that we get set up from that super industrial sounding drum pattern and the intro synth right at the beginning. The chorus is super fun too. Really strong songwriting on display for sure. The progression we get for the guitars is eclectic and yet somehow really tight. And I love the panned lead guitar that plucks at the end of each phrase in the chorus especially. At times we get almost a psych rock vibe, which I appreciate as well.
Yeah, it can be slightly jarring at times, but I think that's just to go with the theme of, daring to be kind and showing emotions. So I think they've done a really good job on that. Anyway, coming up, we have Ryoko with their track Radiant Sonata.
And AOT's track Gardens of Equestria.
element of harmony, calculated and cast by a magically augmented Crusader mainframe. A single spell that would affect the entirety of Equestria, cleansing it of radiation and taint, restoring it to the beautiful paradise it once was before the other megaspells twisted and poisoned it. Gardens of Equestria.
Digit, there are only 10 songs remaining.
I feel like we've only just begun, and yet I'm facing down the end of another fantastic album.
I know, and speaking of a fantastic album, it is now available to go grab, to go own yourselves. You just go to poniesatdawn.bandcamp.com and you can grab it for, well, pay what you want model.
Yes, that means you can get it for even a price of $0, but you can add money if you would like to purchase it for some. All money raised from the album goes directly to the artists that contributed to it, so you'll be supporting them as well.
Yes, so do donate if you can, but we understand that if you can't and just want to own all these awesome songs, you can go do that too. But like I said, we've got 10 songs left, and at song number 62 was R1 Raiko's track Radiant Sonata. And this one actually caught me off guard because the nice, floaty start didn't prepare me for what came in the middle part. Where it really picks up and really hits you hard.
Oh, absolutely. I do feel like that contrast is something that really gives this song like a lot of an edge. The first time you listen to it and you get hit by that sudden uplifting chorus section does really kind of like work super well for giving this song some strong saying power. I really enjoy the string pattern we get over the main chorus with the guitars. It adds a sense of almost epic fantasy to the track, which I love a lot.
And then after that was Aotear's track Gardens of Equestria. And this one actually did bring you to those gardens where it's kind of like a tranquil, just stroll through, just enjoying the ambience. And then, again, it just changed its pace and started to hit you with just more sounds and just more hard-hitting music.
Oh, absolutely. I loved that super intense distorted breakcore sound we get slammed with in the chorus section of this track. The intro is lulling you into some sort of complicit and compliant beauty before suddenly we're wrenched forward with a sudden and frightening intensity when we get those huge sampled drums and big gritty sub. I still love the consistent use of that same melody over the top as well, reminding you of the quiet of the gardens we just left.
Yeah, two fantastic songs that really go together so well. And coming up, we have Awkward and their track Alda.
And then after that, we have Age of Vinyl and 12's remix of a track by Nevermorn and Kiradine, Dawning Light.
Fart Eater.
And that first one was by Awkward, and their song was called Alda. And they've described the genre as IDM, which, if you don't know, means intelligent dance music. And I think it's just a really cool, awesome sounding song.
Yes, we've definitely gotten some atypical Awkward audio on this one for sure. IDM, if you might not know, was originally thought of maybe being referred to as brain dance, but people thought that was a little bit, too much, so they were like, oh, well, no, we'll be the intelligent dance music, and you definitely kind of get that vibe from this track. I was not really expecting to hear something like this from Awkward at first. When I first put it on, I was ready to get slammed in the face by some intense sound design, but I feel like I fell in love with this even more. The use of sampled drums, stretching them out over the slower tempo, gives them a much more kind of almost industrial sound, which is exemplified by the use of somewhat strange sounds and pads of strings over the top. Almost discordant at times, which I feel really sells the almost strange vibe this track gives off.
Yeah, you can definitely tell why they wanted to call it brain dance music. This song is very, very typical of that genre, and just goes to show the kind of psychedelic nature of it. And then after that was Age of Vinyl and 12's remix of Nevermore and Kiridine's song Dawning Light. And the original was from an album by one of our friends over at A State of Sugar. And it was their Candy album from about 7 years ago now. So this one has been long in the making, and it is such an awesome vibe to this track.
Oh, absolutely. This track is vibey. I love the tight focus this track feels like it's got. Really tight, really great drums, great use of the original samples without being too over-reliant on what made that original song so interesting, giving this song an entirely new and unique vibe. It has its own flavor that I love, and I am always going to be a sucker for some great sampled trumpets, and this track has them in spoonfuls.
Yeah, this is just an awesome liquid drum and bass track. You can just put it on, listen to it, and just chill out and relax. Anyway, coming up, we have a trio of songs, starting with G&G and their track, Letter to My Future One, Please Baby.
And after that is Four College's song, Dinner Time.
And then Soren Ember, Through Your Heart, the 2025 version.
Hey, what's up, guys? My name is G&G. This song is a little different from my original works, so y'all can sit back, relax, this also goes out for a special song in the distant future. Let's go. Really got so much time until I could got the second. But yeah, baby, I'm just tired, so come back home, come back home. It's a cold day, you need to be warm. You know how much I love inside of you, inside of you.
As you can tell, we are now starting to take a backseat as we bring on some more softer, more gentle music. Starting off with that one by G&G, and it was called Letter to My Future One, Please Baby. And it was such an awesome, smooth jazz pop song.
Oh, absolutely. I really enjoy the vocals in this one, even though they might have been a little off-putting at first. They're processed a little strangely, but I think it gives them that kind of like low-quality open mic raw sound, like they were recorded in a much more real and natural place, on a phone or something like that. I think personally it gives this track even more emotional weight, and paired with the fantastic lyrics, it's just like a beautiful song.
Yeah, the whole song is only a little over 2 minutes, but it really leaves its mark and impression on you. And then after that was For College and their song Dinner Time, and this was a nice indie rock song for you.
Yeah, I love this song. It's a great one. I love the swung sound we get here. The almost lazy feeling of the groove really sells the passionate mood I think they're trying to convey. The big reverb on the vocals as well give this track a really placed sound. Feels like I'm sitting in the room with them as they're recording it, and I love that. It does really lend the track some more kind of like emotional weight.
Yeah, it just oozes with that raw emotion. Being an indie rock song, you can tell that they wanted it to have that feel. They wanted you to feel every note and that everything was coming from their heart. And then we had Soren Ember and their song Through the Heart, the 2025 version. And the meaning of their song is that Celestia hadn't come to terms with how long she might live until she had let go of her first ever love, and that the love will now only exist through her heart. So that's why it's such a somber song and so melancholic.
Yeah, I feel like the instrumental and vocal performance here really lends to that as well. There's some gorgeous vocals on display here. The multiple layered voices at once gives this beautiful kind of like folk sounding harmony that I love. There's a great story to it too, like you mentioned, and I think the guitar work here is really selling the track.
The vocals, the whistle, the guitar, just everything about it is just so raw and just so emotional. It's a gorgeous song to listen to, even though if it is slightly sad. Anyway, as we're coming towards the end of the album, we're going to bring you some more orchestral pieces. And at song number 69, we have Lucas Gemino's Moving Forward.
And then at song number 70, the second last track on our album, we have Red Spark's song, Bright Future.
gorgeous piano track by Lucas Giumino was called Moving Forward, and that was song number 69. And it always astounds me how a simple instrument, being a piano, can evoke such emotion, such passion, such, raw feeling.
Yeah, I'm always appreciative for people who can really write something like this kind of like beautiful solo piano pieces that still have intricate and flowing movement. We get a really like lovely breadth of emotive expression throughout the track here, and there are a number of moments where it feels like everything flows so naturally, I kind of forget myself in the tune itself.
Yeah, it doesn't need any vocals to tell the story. It doesn't need any other instruments to evoke that emotion. It's such simple, so beautiful. And then after that was Red Spark's song Bright Future, another amazing orchestral piece.
Yeah, this one flows really prettily. Like, I love the way we kind of get this moving story throughout the song. We get those kind of like, at times, stronger kind of drum sounds, but they're never intense and over the top. They sort of just fit into what the track is playing with those like really beautiful soaring clarinets and flutes. It's gorgeous.
Oh yeah, contrasting those clarinets and woodwind instruments against those drums and the beating of it, it's just so gorgeous and amazing. And I love orchestral pieces like that. It's so easy to just lose yourself in them. And as we approach the last song of the album, we have quite a few things to say. First up, we would like to thank all the musicians, everyone that submitted songs, and congratulations to those who have made it onto the album.
Yes, we'd also like to say a big thank you to the Ponytown devs and the people who help organize this event. It's fantastic and wouldn't be the same without you. I'd like to put a special thank you down for the people who made the map this time around, which were Maple, Caddy the Art Cat, and Justin Hath.
And of course, big thanks to the Ponies at Dawn admin team, so Exploiting Pony Toast, yourself, Tidget, and everyone else that puts all their time and effort to making these albums possible. It's a mammoth job collating all these songs, putting them together, and releasing them out, so thank you to the admin team.
Yes, and finally, as always, we'd like to say a big thank you to everyone who's here listening, partying along, anyone who's on YouTube, all the ponies in Ponytown. We'd like to say a massive thank you. Without you, this just would not be the same.
Yeah, none of these events would be possible without you tuning in, joining in on the fun, whether it be on Ponyville FM or in the Ponytown. So thank you all to the listeners. And, of course, our DJs, who perform before and after our album releases to bring you this fantastic event that goes on for many, many hours. But that's enough talking from us. Let's get to our final song by Nikki, and it's called Majestic Castle.
Before this track starts, I just want you to know, this one's for you. I hope it makes you smile. Love ya.
That song was by Nikki, and it was called Majestic Castle. And even though it was shortest song on the album at only 2 minutes, it just left you feeling so wonderful, so great, and it was a perfect way to finish off the Ponies at Dawn Limelight album release.
Oh, absolutely. And I think the name here is perfect. Majestic Castle. You can hear the majesty in this track. At times I'm reminded of like stuff from the Disney's Fantasia sound. Like we get those like big, hopeful, like strong strings along with little quiet runs that happen like in beats between, which really kind of like give this a dynamic listening experience.
Yeah, you can't listen to this and not feel inspired for what's to come next. Not feel enlightened and wanting to go seize the day and just make the best of what you can do. And with that, that was the last song of the album, and that is all the time we have for today.
Thank you all so much for tuning in to Lycan D's Beats.
My name is Lycan, and you can find me on Twitter and BandCamp at Lycan D's Beats.
And I'm Digit, and you can find me on Twitter, SoundCloud, YouTube, and Spotify as Digit.
Stay tuned for Bolt the Super Pony, who is DJing right after we finish here. But for now, we are done, and we will see you all next time.
Cheers!